Hello everyone, welcome into Last Protagonist Plays Diablo 2 Resurrected for the first time. I hope everyone is doing well. As always, on yesterday's stream, we went through the first portions of Nightmare Mode and... No, that's a lie, because I started it the other night. So yesterday on stream, I farmed a bit of Nightmare Mode's first act with the Countess, getting some rune words, improving some gear, and then I kind of got bored with that. So I proceeded to go along with the story, and I entered Act 2. We defeated Radagon, and I looked in the Halls of the Dead, but I couldn't really find anything because maybe I already have the cube, so I'm not sure how to progress the state of this quest right now. But anyway, we will try to figure it out now. So S-Next, nice to see you. I'm taking the pups out shortly, but you'll be right back? Okay, cool. Alright, let's go ahead and start this up. So I'm not sure if I need to go back to the Halls of the Dead or whatnot, or if I just proceed through other parts of the thing. And then wait, how do I pronounce this? Fora Ured? Ferorid? Welcome into the stream. I'm sorry if I'm butchering the hell out of that. And thanks for the follow. So what was I doing? We got that set up. Did I empty this? I did. Okay, that's a surprise. That's all good. Search the maggot layer under the far oasis for the shaft. Do I even need to do that? I don't think I would. I cleared this out yesterday, I believe, so... Phase killing. I remember yesterday, Hrothgar kind of got deleted by a bunch of archery type dudes. How many of these do I have left? Only one. Okay. May as well buy or pick that up. I'll need to remember to buy more. First blade, I don't need that. Yeah, so I checked this area out. It seemed like a dead end, essentially. Hey, a unique crossbow. Damn it, what the hell? What did I just pick up? Some X. Hey Fajar, nice to see you again. Hustle, Bulwark, and Lionheart runewords make your mercenary unkillable in Nightmare. I don't know what those are. Got a blade. Twofer. Oh, there's a dude on me. He just leveled up, that's cool. We see another Nout.
I need mana.
So yeah, we must have a hollow one reviving those dudes. Blood Witch the One. We got her. What's the ancient armor about? Oh, right. I think I picked up one of those. My goal was to rune word one of them and like look it up, but I didn't do that. It's my fault. Hey Red Moon, how's it going? Welcome back in. How's D2 going? It's going pretty well. I'm in nightmare mode. Did a bit of farming yesterday. I don't remember how much you were here. And I just kind of proceeded on through the first portion of Act 2 after farming a bunch of rune words from the Countess. Shale Co Eld Shale Io Tau. Helum Fall. I don't think I have any co-runes. Uh-oh. The scary room. Never mind. Yes, I don't know really what's up with this, the state of this quest progression. So I guess I'm just going to leave the Halls of the Dead and whatnot. Because it's my second time checking out the third floor of the Halls of the Dead. Unless there's a hidden door somewhere. Hey, Loco, nice to see you again. I could use that. What am I doing? Hey, Platinum Ship, welcome back in. Korun drops in Act 3. Okay. There's no other quest stuff in here. I have the cube already. It's... I mean, that makes sense, but it's weird to me that this isn't grayed out or anything like that. That it doesn't just auto-pump me into the next part of the quest. So I'm leaving here. This is the only other waypoint that I got. Must have just booked it directly here and sped along. How did I miss? So then, I'm assuming I'll need to skip everything and just go through the desert at large. Probably because it crushes all things in a win. Did I consider trying the Holy Friesmerg? I did, but I kind of didn't want to, so I haven't. That's just a house. Spear cats are the worst. Yeah, because I felt like slowing enemies down hasn't really been part of the issue. I just need Hrothgar to have a little bit better armor and just be tankier, and then I'll be fine. Because I do like that he lowers enemy defenses. Maybe that's useless against spells. But he also lowers enemy damage, which to me seems like it'd be better for my character. Because I can slow things down as well with my one curse. You only get 1 cube from normal difficulty, so you don't really do this quest. You just need the staff and the amulet. Okay. Wait, I'm going the wrong way, aren't I? Oh, the stairs are over here. Oh, wow, that does not look like stairs, at least in the remake. Kind of don't care about that right now. Maybe it's good to sell, but I don't really feel like going back to town super quickly. There's an item that can roll 20 to 40 on its relevant stat. And you found 5 or 6 of them in the past 2 days, with 31 being the highest roll. Sometimes that's the way the cookie crumbles. Have you been praying to RNGesus? That might help. They were champion mosquitoes. Oh no, he died. I was not paying attention to him. I guess I gotta go back to town regardless.
Not enough mana.
So you need a healing potion. Alright. Hey Chadwick, how's it going? Red Moon, you usually like getting all the waypoints, even if you don't really need them, just to have them. So you'll get Halls of the Dead 2 waypoint, even though you don't need to do the quest. I understand. And that's something that I've been trying to break myself of the habit of.
Hello.
So that way I don't waste more time in ARPGs doing stuff like that. But, sometimes can't help myself. Grey's Anatomy, can you
Greetings.
fix the dead?
What you need?
I thought this was worth 111,000. I was kind of excited for a second. Just 11,000, still pretty good. RNGesus hath forsaken you, Loco. Wait, how did I keep this? Oh yeah, because it's unique. 20 increased attack speed, 50% piercing, 50% enhanced damage, 50 attack rating, 30 poison damage over 3 seconds. This isn't bad, but I'm definitely outscaled on this front. I also don't know what skills interact with crossbows. Damn it, I'm actually running legitimately out of space. I'm probably going to have to sell this.
Approach and let's trade.
Feels bad, man. Amazon's generally the only bow character other than niche sorceresses. Okay. Chadwick, you know we often don't see the banhammer in the disco. Oh, I was just joking because Scowlezy posted that awful gif of that one Korean girl smelling like the sushi roll and looking dumb as hell about it. But that makes you happy. It's a good little community I've created. Hey, I appreciate that. I mean, it's not just me alone. It's everybody working together. And, of course, keeping things moderated is always a bit of a bummer. But I think for, like, a lot of communities, they kind of let things slide. And then it creates a bit of a slippery slope. And once you just kind of set the tone of something, I didn't get a waypoint. Oh, I have the portal, though. Once you kind of set the tone, your community members will just tend to adhere to it and follow it and pass it along. Necro and Amazon have the fewest natural... Fewest natural what, Red Moon? Oh, build a variety. Okay. Due to equipment that breaks the classes. Okay. I would potentially like to go back to a skeleton build. Kind of, but it feels like once you have so much movement speed, they probably won't do the best job catching up. And I don't know, feels a little bit PTSD seeing them all get one shot by an Angie Diablo. It's surprising with how contentious FemSoft lore can be that as many folks not only hang out in there, but that everyone seemingly gets along. I mean, it's a little bit of a survivorship bias right there, because there's definitely been a couple people that I've had to ban over the years. But I mean, also the way that I run my community is that it's really kind of built on trying to show everybody mutual respect. And of course, there's times where people don't phrase things as well or tactfully as they could, myself included. But as long as we kind of all understand that nobody's really trying to come at anybody else with malice, and that many times if there's questions, they're meant to be taken in good faith and not to stir the pot and upset people, then I think it just kind of regulates itself in many ways.
Thanks.
News to you. Hey Global, how's it going? Bros almost come to blows over FromSoft lore. And that's right, guys. If I ever see Vadi on the streets, I'm getting him. People arguing over the nature of the Erd Tree. It's a mushroom? Alright, so you're one of the Ziostorm devotees. Loco, you think there's about 3 viable builds for the Amazon? 4? All lightning jab, lightning poison, physical, and elemental bow.
Enough mana.
Yeah, I feel a little bit pigeonholed with the Necro playstyle if I'm not actually going minions. Because I really don't have other ways to deal damage than what I'm doing right now. Ancient tunnels? I need to talk to Count Drogo. Don't remember what this is for. I think it's for the cube quest. I think I need to just keep exploring. The Necro builds are Bone Spear, Spirit, Bone Spirit, Wall, Prison Teeth. Oh, sorry. Bone, Summon, and Golem. Oh, okay. I've heard that the Golems could be pretty good. I didn't invest enough to see how good they could be. And I don't know if you could have multiple Golems out at once. Maybe that'd make it a bit better, but... My first Golem seemed pretty slow, and I understand that its movement speed does get buffed with levels to skills. Alas.
I've been researching this lengthy.
What do I do now? Destroy the Serpent Altar in the Claw Viper Temple. Okay. Loco, you're not as experienced with Necro, but there's Bone / CE, Poison / CE, Summon, and then there's a variety of what summons that you might max out. They all use CE, basically. What is CE? Combat Evolved, Halo? I don't know. Corpse Explosion, oh, of course. You can only get one Golem? Okay. That's a little bit of a bummer. Like, I don't know how wide the Golem AoEs can be, but that kind of makes me think that's probably a big limiter for that playstyle. But I don't know. Chadwick asks, for all the D2 cats who know, does really high level Necro play just turn into an army of skeletons, or does it revolve around casting? It sounds like skeletons plus Corpse Explosion, which that would make the most sense to me. Because Corpse Explosion scales with enemy max life. So that's kind of useful literally no matter what zone you're in. Unless you don't have corpses around. I feel like I'm doing no damage to these dudes. Guess I need to change out my curses. Flying Scimitar! Cool. I like that you get the Scimitar afterward. I've always enjoyed that kind of thing. In Saga Frontier 1, there was this enemy called the Gilrandi that had a move... Like, it's just a flying, floating sword in a typical RPG setting, essentially. But it had this move called, like, Possession. And if your character wasn't wielding a weapon, the battle would come to an end, and the character had, like, a cursed version of that in their inventory. Thought that was kind of neat. Just seeing the Flying Scimitar kind of reminded me of it. Corpse Explosion is extremely powerful. It's used with most builds. Welcome back, SNX. How's Necro on higher levels? I don't know if I'm on higher levels enough to really say. Especially with me just rocking the full Bone Spear setup. It seems a little bit one-dimensional. So perhaps I need... to respec and go like full minion of some sort. Chadwick said, not to say you might as well be a sorcerer, but you'd think the strongest iteration of a class would be the iteration most reflective of the class. Not necessarily. I think D4 had the exact same issue where the only viable Necro build, at least at the beginning, was Bone Spear. I obviously can't speak for any of the other seasons, but that's kind of the one that I heard about through the grapevine. Amen. Amen. Why are these dudes so much tankier? Uh-oh. Oh man, I was holding L2. My guy didn't say thanks, so he died. Did I level up? Yes, okay. I was confused because the text didn't pop up, and then because my bar was gone, I was having trouble finding it. Because it wasn't yellow. It's not the button I wanted.
Impossible.
I
Impossible.
forgot to buy a scroll set. So I need to find the waypoint. Guys, remember how I was like, hey, I need to buy more scrolls, and then immediately forgot. Classic. It's because I was forced to talk to Call Jogo. I was too fixated on that. With my goldfish streamer memory. It really is kind of wild how much more inhibited I feel playing while streaming. It does have me legitimately worried whether or not I'm always like this and just unaware because I don't really have things holding me accountable without a stream.
I need mana.
Or if it really is just the slight distraction of having a stream going, making me worse. I'm doing no damage to these guys now.
mana.
Running low on resources. Other face them, please.
Not enough mana.
So those are good. I guess I'll start picking up the worst mana potions. You think those dudes resist magic, the type of damage the Bone Spear is? It's kind of what I'm thinking, because the other enemies aren't nearly as tanky. So I do have lower resistances as Triangle. So I did take off Amplify because I realized that I'm not dealing physical damage. The only buddy that is Hrothgar, so... A Dothraki horde on an open field, Ned. Well, we know what happened to the Dothraki on an open field. They got deleted and re-risen. Let me hydrate real quick. Chadwick, you've come to love the run animation. Homeboy's hustling, but not actually running. That's the run you make when you hear mac and cheese boiling over on the stove. Nah, man. So I think one thing that people get wrong when they boil pasta is that they probably put in too much water. Don't really need to boil that much water for mac and cheese. So if it's boiling over, you done messed up. But I mean, that's macaroni specifically. Wait, was there nothing up here? Oh, this is probably a place, isn't it? No, this is not exactly what I would refer to as a place. Which means the one part of the map that I haven't explored. Might be something? I don't even know. Red Moon, you don't like how in Lord of Destruction it changes the meta so much that anybody can become anything, essentially? Chadwick said, anyone else salty about the Red Serpent getting his head squashed by the mountain? A little bit, but I mean, that's what you get. Complacency kills. Protect yourself at all times until the ref stops the fight. And even then, still protect yourself. Haven't you guys ever seen $1 Million Baby? What the hell did I get? Oh, Wallace Island. Diamond. I walked into poison. So I guess we could go back to the far points. The far oasis's waypoint. Lower resist only works for elemental and does nothing for bone spear? Damn it, let me look back at that. Bro, that's messed up. It says take more damage from all magical attacks. Lowers resistances of monsters. Are you joking me? Global, you're not averse to gore, but you didn't enjoy that scene. This makes me feel like the dude in that meme where like the two girls, I think it's like a survivor or something, they're like covering their faces in shock, and then like the dude in the background just smiles sadistically. I feel like I'm that guy. Redmond said, in Karate Kid, always look in the eyes, never turn back on enemy. Hell yeah. Thanks, Loco. Like, that stuff is super unintuitive. That's one thing, like, it definitely sucks in D2, but that is something that kind of annoys me about some ARPGs in general, when the descriptions aren't very intuitive as to how the mechanics of things actually work. And that is one thing that I really wish was cleaned up with Path of Exile 1 and 2. But sometimes it just comes with systemic knowledge rather than anything else. So for example, like knowing what increased damage means versus more damage.
Good day.
The former being additive and the latter being multiplicative.
Good day.
Oh yeah, we have actual merchants next to the dude. What we got? Oh, 5 energy, 10 life. Hey, Prince Lorian. How goes it? The kingdom? Fight any demons lately? And did you win? Nothing boosts Bone Spear? That sucks. Okay, well, if nothing boosts Bone Spear, then I guess I could switch between just having Decrepify and Terror, or Decrepify and Iron Maiden. Dim Vision, Confuse. Confuse could be good. Damn, that's almost worth a respec, because I went all the way down here because I thought this is going to be goated. You lost? Oh, that sucks, bro. Bone Spear does lots of damage with its energies and plus skills. Yeah. Just would have been nice to be able to, you know, get a 37% boost from a button press. Yeah. For the bone build, a curse can be whatever. Confuse might be good. I did see that there was a Haraja Cube recipe to reset all of your stats. I don't remember what I would need for it, but it's whatever. Oh, Hrothgar died? Yeah, that's right.
Who goes there?
'Tis me. Well, I just read deposit as defrost, so got that going on for me. Far Oasis, Lost City. Hello, girl. Hey, Stella, how's it going? I keep saying Hrothgar died, but he's always there. I say that to remind myself to revive him. He decided to visit the other slide. The Itchies and Death Beetles got him. It honestly just sounds like an absolute terrible way to go, just getting mogged by a bunch of bugs. I'm also low on potions for once.
Not enough mana.
You saw the mummy, beetles will get ya. Forgot about that part. I never did make a commander deck with the Scarab God as the commander. But I did manage to pick up a foil one when I was in Japan, which is pretty cool for a random pull. At least I'm able to kill quickly? Yes. A beetle god would be terrifying or very, very cool. A little bit of both. One of the cool things about the gods in the Magic game is I believe literally all of them have the indestructible property. Which, I mean, you could get rid of them, don't get me wrong. But, it does make them pretty damn powerful. Sometimes. Like, there's definitely cards that are better than others. But I tend to like to make flavorful decks. So, like, thematic-based ones. Which aren't the most powerful, but, can be surprisingly effective because if you aren't seen as, like, the overt threat on the table, can kind of weasel your way into some pretty good, well-earned victories. And also, I don't like to be hyper-competitive. I forget, like, what Magic the Gathering player archetype I'd be. I think it's, like, a cross between a Spike and a Timmy. I can't remember if Johnny is the competitive player. I think it is. And Spikes are players who want to win in cool ways. And Timmy's just like big things. I don't know. Hey, you mendacious cat, welcome back in. This might be in my imagination, but I think certain enemies drop certain types of items more frequently than others. So I should pay attention to that. Actually, now that you mention it, Chadwick, this is the kind of run that I'll do to try to not alert my dog that I'm running. It's like the quiet run. Valley of Sneck. Okay. Thought that was the right way. Why that thing so tanky?
Not enough mana.
So I guess the way that I would amplify my damage would be using amplify damage and just having Hrothgar hit harder. Can't believe this stone structure is so tanky.
Not enough mana.
See, Decrepify is just a much better weaken. I don't understand why this exists. That's a change from Resurrected. Decrepify never reduced damage. Okay, wait, so what did Decrepify do then? Because isn't that the only thing that it does? No, I'm thinking Weaken. So Decrepify would have just slowed things. Okay, I guess that makes sense. So does nothing lower magic resistances, Red Moon? We did it! Just kind of a point that needed to be made right then. Fans making mechanic balance changes, often they sadly don't know that well.
This place is as dark as a tomb.
Decrepify did slow effect and plus 50% physical damage originally. Oh. That was a rude way to find out what was on the other side of the door. Hey, we got another dole. I think that's our third one. Superior Razor Bow. Ceremonial Javelin. I was gonna joke about the bow being like a razor mouse, but then I realized that the razor brand is spelled with an E. So my joke wouldn't have worked. Can't believe that my unfunny joke wouldn't have been funny. These silly embalms. I've been misreading their names as emeralds. I'm like, what, really? thin skin. So let's put Decrepify on Triangle now, since that's kind of my only viable curse. Then I guess Amplify Damage? Oh no, I guess Terror for now. Nothing hurts like a razor to the ankle. Bro, one of the only scary movies to really bother me as a kid was Child's Play 2. When homie is walking down the stairs and Charles grabs a pair of garden shears. And if you know, you know. Some skills that do magical damage, and as you raise the skill, its damage increases, but that's it. No actual separate modifier for increasing magical damage. That's interesting. Kind of surprising. But I think somebody said that there aren't really many enemies that have magical damage immunity. So then that's like one less thing I guess you have to worry about. There might be some equipment in Lord of Destruction that might do it, but you're not sure. No worries. I definitely appreciate the rundown there. It's like, how did I get hurt? I must have walked on the fire. That's right, walking on fire, bad.
What a pity. I was beginning to enjoy the darkness.
Red Moon, the only time you're ever scared from a movie was Congo. Those gray death gorillas still give you nightmares. Oh man, that's a trip. I tried watching Congo as a kid in the drive-in, but that was like the last movie of the night, and so I kind of fell asleep during it.
The Viper amulet you bear is actually the headpiece of a hive bait.
Good day.
Catan's Mesh. 15 defense requirements reduced by 50. I need to actually sort this. Play some inventory touches here. It's the worst. We could do it this way. Not the best. Wait, do I have Eisenhart's full set? When did that happen? Eisenhart's parry? Too bad our dude can't use a shield. Or can he? No, I doubt it. Platinum Ship Congo haunted you as a kid? Chadwick, you were talking about scooters? Yeah, that also sucks. No. Garden Shears didn't take off his feet. It was just a specific part that got. There's no magical damage immunity, aside from the sub-area in Act 3 that you never really care about. But there are magical resistances that monsters get from unique monsters. Okay. Settlers of Catan. So now I need another IO rune to not really care about what I spend it on. Stella said the Achilles heel thing happens in 2019's Pet Cemetery and also the Aughts' House of Wax. That's funny. I tried to block as much of House of Wax in my memory as possible. The only part about it that I remember was Paris Hilton getting got. That was the standout of the movie to me. Right, quest log. Look for the arcane sanctuary within the palace. Wait, can I go actually in the palace now? Sweet.
When the troubles I have heard. Greeting. Stay out.
So it doesn't scare you, but it makes your ankles hurt. It's one of the few things about that movie you remember. Yeah, it doesn't really scare me either. It just kind of gives me the heebie-jeebies, the thought of having the Achilles tendon get cut like that. Which, wait, I guess heebie-jeebies kind of implies scared, doesn't it? I don't know, creeps? That kind of creeps me out, I guess. Well, the enemy density here kind of sucks. Wait, we go upstairs? I thought we had to go downstairs. Oh, duh. Dual entrances. Oh, because this one wasn't glowing, I didn't notice this was another entrance. Kill Bill has an Achilles heel slice too? That's it? Which one was that? Oh, wasn't it in the first one? Like in the house with Oren Ishii? Stella really squeamish about it, apparently. Anyone watch the 90s Baki the Grappler OVA? The cord cutter fight was upsetting in exactly the same way. No. Baki's what you get if JoJo never introduced stands. I tried watching Baki. I didn't know like the one season on Netflix was essentially season 2, but that didn't really bother me too much. I actually thought it was kind of cool how they started the story in the midst of things already, to be honest. But then like it just got progressively dumber and dumber. And then as soon as the dude literally pulled the grenade out of his ass, I was like, this is actual ass. And so I dropped the show. Hey Jay, how's it going? Welcome back in. How's it been going? It's been going pretty well. You know, just continuing along with the grind. How about yourself, sir? Red Moon, you can never watch Ijiro holding the guy backwards like a suitcase again. Get the necrophile while she's unconscious at the morgue, paying the guy to get his necrophilia freak on. What the hell is that in? Chadwick said, with Fist of the North Star and JoJo, you know that, okay, this is magic kung fu and punching ghosts. Baki wants you to take it seriously. Alright, real talk, like, Baki just felt like it was, kind of written by a perma-incel. And it kind of gave me the ick. But honestly, that's kind of not why I dropped it. It was literally the grenade ass pull. Or maybe I should say the literal grenade ass pull. Hey, we got a yachty. Don't know why they don't just call it a spear. I guess it makes it more exotic. Maybe it's a specific type. Oh yeah, this is the zone where I need to pay attention to the walls on the minimap a bit more. Oh, that was in Kill Bill? The morgue in Kill Bill. I don't remember that. Like, in my head, all that's popping up is, Have you ever seen the censored version of Kill Bill? The party wagon. My name is Buck, and I'm here to party. It's so patently ridiculous. Wait, Hrothgar died?
Not enough mana.
Trellis armor. Monster shrine. Ooh. Did I level up? No, that's a quest log thing. Hey, without horns, welcome back in. Jay, you finished Spider-Man 2 last week when you were here singing its praises, but it really had you in the first half. You finished it last night, and man, is that final act a mess? Oh, dude, that sucks. When you're really hyped for something, and then it just doesn't stick the landing. I'm sorry to hear that, bro. Right before she does the wiggle the big toe. Oh, okay, so... Okay. Buck... The dude that Buck introduces to her was the morgue guy. Okay, I guess that makes sense. She's in the morgue. Okay.
Good to see you.
I guess I don't remember the beginning of Kill Bill super well. Although, to be honest, like, part 1 was okay, but I liked part 2 a lot more. Pretty sure it was while she was in the coma, because it was for several years. Okay.
Need some help?
You'd have to rewatch it as well, Stella. I was kind of disappointed we didn't have a kind of renaissance in that kind of movie after Kill Bill. I guess we had a couple, like Black Dynamite, which was more in the blaxploitation genre, which was phenomenal. But alas, no real wuxia type stuff going on. That happens in real life? It does. It's messed up. There have been multiple movies talking about that. I think, like, ages and ages ago on the IFC, I almost called it the Indie Channel, back when they used to actually show independent films all the time. There was like I think a Spanish movie based, I believe, on a real story about a guy who impregnates one of his patients like that, and him kind of freaking out about it and trying to figure out what to do. Because that doesn't happen so often. Comatose women becoming pregnant. I know, like, a lot of those subjects make people squeamish, rightfully so, and it can be very upsetting. But in a way, I do think it's kind of very valuable to have the freedom of artistic expression and talk about those kind of uncomfortable topics from time to time. Because it just kind of broadens one's horizons and makes them think more. And I don't say that I feel like any compassion for the dude who did what he did, but it's certainly not a perspective I would have thought of having on my own before watching that kind of movie. Same thing with On a Pure Horse. I think by Piers Anthony.
I need mana.
Is he running? That's funny. Red Moon said the closest movies to Kill Bill would be Sucker Punch and Sin City. And Ninja Assassin. I don't think I've heard of Ninja Assassin. Zack Snyder should be a cinematographer for a better director. Oh, you stabbed me. Guess I could do that. Wait. I didn't come in from here, so I could just leave. There might be a waystone here worth getting, though. I don't know. Uh-oh. The cool thing is, I can just aim at Hrothgar, and it tends to be alright. What's the brand of stock? A spear. It's got 4. If I had more stash space and didn't have to require using a mule, I would stash that. But here we are.
Not enough mana.
Alright, whatever. Let's go through the portal after these dudes. It's funny watching the enemies run away like that. I guess the portal's the way to go. I just don't remember where any waypoints are. Oh no, do I need to remember the order for this again?
This is fantastic. I wish I had time to study this bizarre dimension.
So this was the right way last time, so surely it's got to be the same. Machete's technically in the Spy Kids universe. Oh, I think I heard that. But I'm not familiar enough with either to know how hilarious or dumb that is. The Grumble? So, Diablo 2 is canonically in the Real Monsters universe?
Not enough mana.
Or Widow be X?
Thanks.
This area is very Twilight Zone-esque. Machete Kills was okay? You like Desperado and Once Upon a Time in Mexico more? Machete was more of a one-off. He's their Uncle Machete? Oh, really? Though it might be more like an alternative universe. Desperado gave us Gungrave, and for that, Chadwick is thankful. I'm not gonna change my Merc, man. Hrothgar, he helped kill Bale. He's been with us. Which I guess is a little bit unfair to Jelani. But she had to do other things. Superior Beck to Corbin? What the hell? Oh, it's a polearm. Oh yeah, and then those things don't actually shoot spikes out. What a jerk. This is back when Antonio Banderas was a popular actor, as well as Selma Hayek. It is kind of weird how ubiquitous certain actors are at certain times, and then they just kind of fade into complete obscurity. It's not as weird for the women because Weinstein. But yeah, I don't know. Alright, so that was not the right way. Well, I swear, if it was this way, I was gonna go here originally, but I was like, nah, because I'm gonna go here, it's gotta be the opposite way. Hey, I leveled up. So 744 to 822. This might outscale my spear now. Oh, it's close. Go! Though... Hold on. Okay, this was a one-off. I didn't go through here, did I? I did. And that lightning spire's kind of tanky. Curses. So it connects in both ways. Okay, I see how that works now. Loco, you talented at choosing the wrong direction here. You just teleport back to town and start at the central waypoint again. I guess I forgot about that strat. We've been without Scarlett Johansson for a while now. Have we? I thought she was just doing more like bit stuff. Isn't she also a mom now? And I forget her husband's name, the dude that's in SNL. He's probably working as well. Do I even need this? Actually, that's pretty damn good. Check out the Merc.
I'll put that to good use. I'll put that to good use. I'll put
So this
that
poison
to good
goes
use.
down a lot.
I'll put that to good use. I'll put that to good use. I'll put that to
I think
good
his
use.
defenses are better on
I'll put that to good
average.
use. I'll put that to good use. I'll put that to good use. I'll put that to good use.
I don't really see poison too much anymore. Now that we're past the sewers, I guess. Hey, Logos, how's it going?
Not enough mana.
Don't stand in fire, Huthgar. But how are you missing it? Happy Metal Gear Delta launch day. Didn't something else just have its anniversary? Maybe that was yesterday. Oh, it was Armored Core. Armored Core had its second anniversary yesterday. Or Armored Core 6. I like this franchise. Scarlett Johansson's been acting since she was a child. Oh, really? What was her first role? Not to, like, give you the, oh yeah, name three of their albums kind of quiz. This is me just wondering, like, the earliest thing I've known her from was Ghost World. Because I don't remember her as a child actress. Though she was certainly younger there, but not like a child. Meow, nice to see you again. Remember her in Ghost World? Peak Johansson, okay. She might have been a minor there. Arrest this man, officer. Oh yeah, this is the other reason why I was less inclined to use minions. They're getting body blocked like this. Yeah, I'm glad I have bone armor as high as I do. This area seems like it'd be really painful otherwise. So I made a big old loop. So that's something. Man, the stairs really slow you down. The zigzags. According to Wikipedia, North in 1994, she's the girl in The Horse Whisperer. She's a teenager there. Did I ever see The Horse Whisperer? Was that like a Disney horse girl type of movie? Maybe I did. Bro, Hrothgar. Do your thing. Oh, good thing I used that ID scroll on something unimportant. Actually, I did use it. She acted with Frodo in North. So Elijah Wood was in North? Never heard of the movie North. You don't know it's got Robert Redford in it? Jessica Alba was in Alex Mack? Only a single guest appearance, not a main or recurring character? Literally no recollection of her. Though I also don't remember a ton about the secret world of Alex Mack. I know she got radioactive sludge spilled on her, so she became an ooze girl. Like her father worked for some chemical plant. I liked Alex Mack as a kid, but it always felt hard to watch the episodes. Not like in the act of doing it. Just felt hard to follow the continuity of the series because they seemed to air sporadically. Meow, you remember the movie North? It was garbage. Oh, maybe it was Scarlett Johansson's fault. Just blame the 10-year-old. I don't know how old she was. My first inkling was to do what I did the first time and go to the north here. Oh. Oh, it's a Hell Clan. That's why it's not so strong. I was wondering why that felt so easy. Hrothgar stuck again. Dough. Meant to use it before I picked it up. Had Bruce Willis in it. Red Moon, you felt the same, but you did watch it. It was pretty good at the time. Alex Mack, yeah. Bro, why am I stuck? Just an invisible wall? That's lame. I'd have been really upset if I died to that.
I need mana.
There were a lot of really good TV series that just died. No more episodes, no more seasons. Well, a lot of them ran out of popularity. And that contributed to a lot of things like that. I'm trying to think of a good example of a really good show that just kind of fell off. Sometimes, like, the writing just gets bad, and that kind of seals the deal. Where too much unimportant happens in a season. And so, even if, like, the later part of a season picks back up, it's kind of too late. I felt that happened pretty badly with the 4400 that was on the USA. It's kind of like Heroes, I guess, before the show Heroes is on air, but like it came out like a year later. But with the 4400, there were a couple like almost full seasons of like nothing really important happening. And then the fourth season, the one that got canceled, is actually starting to get legitimately interesting and exciting. But the damage had already been done. Maybe Firefly? Actually, I haven't seen Firefly, but I know everybody who watched it allegedly loved it, but it got canceled for whatever reason. Hell, I mean, even Family Guy was canceled. And it's become like one of the largest shows slash cartoons ever. Which it definitely would have been nice to have kept Family Guy with the original writers and see how different that show would have been had it not been canceled. Oh well. Stella, you have vague memories of Alex Mack. She had the Force and it could turn into a puddle. Oh, I guess she did have the Force, didn't she? She kind of had some telekinetic powers. She didn't use that as much as she did the puddle thing, I think. Was the 4400 the one when people disappeared then came back with superpowers? Yes. There's a lot of trash in the 80s and 90s. People just forgot the trash. True. Very true. Red Moon, you wish the US TV media was more like Japanese anime? Not that much industry support for TV series unless they're super popular. I don't know. Because there's a lot of shows that aren't good. Stella is right. Like, there was a lot of trash produced in the 80s and 90s. I think I'd be able to settle if a show was canceled and it was like a legitimate series that was supposed to have a plot arc and everything, that if a show gets canceled, I think the fans deserve, even though it's kind of entitled, I think they deserve the closure of having like a novelization or something to close things off.
Not enough mana.
And sometimes that could be for the worse, if you want to look at the novelization of the Willow movie and the continuation of that story. I've not read it myself, but I've heard less than fantastic things about it. Logos, you still need to watch The Wire, Sopranos, Fargo, and True Detective. Tons of good American media out there. I tried watching Fargo not too long ago, and I enjoyed a lot of the first season, but then it just became too unbelievable, especially with every episode starting like saying that, oh, this is a true story. It's been unadulterated. This really happened. And then like, tiny spoiler alert, they kind of give Billy Bob Thornton's character superpowers, essentially. And it became dumb as hell. Could really be using...
He was not Horizon. He was a deluded fool who got too close to true power.
Never mind, I was gonna say I could really be using Hrothgar to tank all this crap, but he's useless. He's a screen and a half away.
I can't carry anymore.
But anyway, The Wire is pretty damn good. Season 2 is kind of slow to start out, but it gets pretty good. I'm not a fan of The Wire's ending, to be honest. And I'm also not the biggest fan of The Sopranos ending, but it's really good. I've not watched True Detective, though. Stella said, the golden age of prestige television is considered to start with The Sopranos, a show that started in 90. But The Sopranos started in 1990? First episode date, 1999. Okay, yeah, that's what I thought. I thought it was closer to 2000 when it came out. 99. Okay, you corrected yourself.
Seekers of the... Seekers...
Oh. See, I'd forgotten to pick up the Arcane Sanctuary waypoints. I'm kind of used to them activating automatically now. So I can do the waypoint strat after all.
You must... I hope...
It is an honor to serve you.
Screw it. Sea Change is some great 90s TV out of Australia. What is Sea Change? I've never heard of that. The only thing that kind of sounds close enough to that, which is completely different, would be Sea Quest. Is that the one with the talking dolphins? I remember Earth 2. That had Batman on it, and he killed people. He broke their necks. Oh, you're thinking of Sequest? Oh yeah, I think they did have a talking dolphin in there, didn't they? Shout out to Flipper. Scared of the shocking beetles. Okay, cool. These are melee users. So did they only do that when they get hit with magic or something? Anyway, let's just ignore everything. Oh, right. This thing. I need the moon. I was told I could check these other areas for treasure, but I don't know. This is the one I actually need. Alright, Ask Next, you have a good night. Take care. Rin Tin Tin Canine Cop. Man, I used to watch Lassie a decent amount when I was a kid. I think it was also on Nickelodeon, that's probably part of it. I think one thing that I took for granted as a kid was just assuming that these kind of old shows would always be around because it was the 90s and shows from like the 50s, like I Love Lucy, was still being played regularly on television. But now I don't think kids will know about things like Lassie or Looney Tunes or I Love Lucy. Which I don't really have any love for I Love Lucy. Just kind of one of those things that I thought was monolithic. It would always be around. Oh no, Hrothgar got. Logos, you still have yet to watch any Star Trek or any of the sci-fi shows described above. I think I was too young when I first saw Star Trek, and that kind of killed any enthusiasm that I potentially could have had for it. So, yeah.
Good evening.
I just dropped those. I still think they should have reversed the order of Square and... Hold on. I think they should have reversed the order of dropping items and selling them. Got any MacGyver fans in here? Can't say that I was ever a true fan of MacGyver. Logan said we're all too old. No, you. We watch shows your dad watched. No, I was more of a fan of shows like Renegade. So I'm kind of tempted to try to rewatch Renegade a little bit. See if it's as terrible as I'm afraid it might be. But I watched like a retrospective a year or two ago, and it sounded like it wasn't as bad as I'm actually fearing. And Brother Hrothgar is not making any friends here, I can say that much. These damn rocks. Damn it, I was too slow. I literally just pressed the button to heal him because I saw the poison was sticking down. Not a good patron. Logos, your dad also watched a show about a talking car. That's probably Knight Rider with David Hasselhoff. Oh no, Herbie? The Love Bug? Oh man, I forgot about that show. And then it had a remake with, what's her name? Lindsay Lohan. Speaking of which, it sounds like Disney's doing a hell of a lot of marketing for that new Freaky Friday movie. Which, I honestly think it's an interesting premise to kind of keep working with that series. Like, involving the granddaughter on it. This trick. Yes, Knight Rider had the Baywatch guy in it. You've heard Germans love that guy. I'm like, why am I not portaling? It's because I'm pressing LB instead of L2.
Good morning.
How may I help you?
How do I know I can...
Why does he sell two of the same rank? That's interesting and weird. Eli needs to give us Kit. Anyone ever heard the song True Survivor, the theme song for Kung Fury? Bro, I hope they get to release Kung Fury 2 the way that they want to. Like, I had no idea it was a thing until the guy leaked it because it was in production hell. Not production hell, but like studio hell, essentially. Kung Fury was so great. It really was. Like, that had come out so long ago, it was completely off my radar, but I definitely loved it for just how unapologetically it was just building into all those 80s tropes.
Need some help?
Holding nothing back. And then when I saw the footage of Kung Fury 2 and seeing, like, Arnold, I'm like, man, he's a lot younger than I thought, huh? Holy crap. But no, only, like, learning that it's just been kind of held hostage for so long. This is kind of a wild discovery. What the hell just shot me? Oh, preserved dead. Uh-oh, uh-oh, uh-oh. Oh. Actually, not okay. I need Hrothgar. He got clapped. You're spending all my money.
Good day.
Triceracop? Hell yeah. Stella, you've always been fascinated by way more popular in another country. Could you elaborate on that? Are you talking about how certain bands like Queen are way more popular in places like Japan, even though they're already extremely popular in the US and stuff? Thundercats, Transformers, King Arthur and the Knights of Justice. Are you afraid of the dark? Y'all are on that nostalgia train right now, huh? Is this what a midlife crisis is? Nah. Well, maybe it is because millennials can't afford to have true midlife crises anymore, can they? Where's my convertible, damn it? Yeah, Double Dare was GOAT status to me. Or how about this one, Red Moon? And anybody else young enough to remember? Nickelodeon's Games and Sports Challenge. Getting a piece of that aggro crag. Stella is saying, things that are way more popular outside of your home country, more than anyone would expect. Nickelodeon Guts was the same thing, but different. Like, it got rebranded, I think, into Guts. It was Guts, then Global Guts? What am I thinking of, then? Maybe that was just the segment that it was part of. GAS, Games and Sports. So it'd be like Nickelodeon Guts, and then Wild and Crazy Kids.
I need mana. Thanks.
And that dude was not playing around. What would you do? The same show by Mark Summers. To me, that was like a way lamer version of Double Dare. Alright, I'll hit you guys with some real deep cuts next. Who here was a big old fan of American Gladiator? I used to kick kids off the playground monkey bars all the time, like we were playing American Gladiators. Good stuff, man. Stella, you've seen it in passing. Global said the Aggro Crag trophy looks so cool. Hell yeah, man. I really wanted one of those as a kid. It was always frustrating watching people on TV perform poorly, when in reality you'd probably do no better yourself. I think I'm old enough now to recognize that if all these people are getting eliminated by that silly Sasuke water television show that's on now, that it's probably for a reason. Legends of the Hidden Temple was the first escape room for kids. Don't forget about Nickelodeon Arcade, Nick Arcade, when it was just all a green screen and you had to fight spirits to get out of some... You know, maybe the spirits was Legends of the Hidden Temple. No, but Nickelodeon Arcade would like pretend to put kids in video games. And it was such a cluster mess that they had no idea what they were doing because they're just in front of a green screen trying to figure things out. I think it was technically a blue screen because it was that old. Nick Arcade was crazy looking back. Nick Arcade is what introduced me to ActRaiser. Chaddock said, you can't do that on television. That one was definitely before my time. Like, that is one that I more or less heard about, but don't really have any remembrance of. Although we might not have gotten cable until that was kind of already off the air. I like the clickety crackety crunchety sound of the skeletons dying. Oh no, Hrothgar got I was too annoyed at the dudes reviving the dudes. Pay attention to his health bar. Is something still reviving them? If they're getting off-screened... Oh! He's in the damn doorway. Man, I really feel it when the barrier falls down and things start hitting me.
I can't carry anymore.
I need to fund my dude's revival.
Stay a while and listen.
Potion situation could be better. Did the crag ever attack somebody? Kind of, actually. They had foam boulders that would fall down and hit kids as they're trying to climb it up, or climb up it. And I doubt that they're like legitimate spikes on the aggro crag, but it didn't exactly seem like the actual safest thing to have children be climbing, to be honest. It's just a piece of crag from TMNT? Oh god. That'd be terrifying. With or without Krang? Almost. Oh no, I did revive Hrothgar. No one ever remembers the Centurions? It rings a bell. Isn't that of like dudes that kind of transform into centaur type things? Centurions was awesome. It was like G.I. Joe was only a 3-man team and they got their battle gear teleported onto them. I guess I don't remember that one. From a space station. Sounds Japanese as hell. Alright guys, I'm going to say something controversial yet brave. And you're just going to have to deal with it or forever hate me. But I'm going to be spitting facts, so if you dislike it, just know that's on you. Scooby-Doo. Mid. Nah, I kind of couldn't stand Scooby-Doo. Like, it was okay, but it was just so boring. Rocky and Bullwinkle.
Thanks.
I need to ignore these dudes. Which Scooby-Doo? The original? Yes. I think there was like a 90s version with Scrappy-Doo that was okay. But I was legitimately infuriated a couple episodes when there's literally one guest in the Scooby-Doo episode, and then wouldn't you know it, the one guest that they introduced is the culprit. Who could have imagined? At a certain level, Scooby-Doo just kind of felt insulting. Y'all ever watch that 80s movie where Shaggy turns into a werewolf? Oh, Teen Wolf with Marty McFly. The funny thing is, I know that's actually not what Stella's talking about, but I just thought it was a funny enough comment to make. Because it could be somebody else's legitimate interpretation of that statement. Remember when Shaggy was a meme for a bit? Didn't they make that canon in that,
I can't.
like Nickelodeon fighting game? Uh-oh. Screw these urns. That urn said, screw you back.
Impossible.
Uh-oh. Wait, what am I supposed to do?
I can't.
Do I need all the things?
I can't. Impossible. I can't. I can't.
Uh-oh. Estella, you said no, but you've seen the MTV Teen Wolf show, which is certainly a show that exists. I don't think I've heard of that one. Red Moon said the old school movie The Wizard, 89, where a kid tries to be a professional arcade player back when arcades were big. You really missed that? Pizza restaurants, quarters, and arcades. Renting games as well. Blockbuster and 90s Pizza Huts were definitely a vibe with the buffets. Now we understand too much about how nasty buffets are. Bring out your dead. I was like, I thought gloves can't have sockets. It's ethereal, that explains it. So don't remember what to do to complete the quest. The symbol of the true tomb of Tal Rasha. I went in there. I think I needed to combine things and use whatever it did. So I might need to go back to those other sites. Now I see why people are less fond of Act 2 than I initially was. Because when you do it multiple times, it becomes a bit of a slog. This is honestly just a bit of a skill issue. Wait, I also never found a waypoint here. So I probably want to figure out where one is before I completely exit this place. So I can come back here quickly if I need to pick things up. You're not walking away from Sizzler without some stomach bug? The thing that I most vividly remember about Sizzler, because I did not go to it very much at all, was just like getting peppermints at the end of the meal.
I need mana.
Because that wasn't really a thing that other places did at the time. What's that arming noise? Act 2 and Act 3 aren't fun. I know Act 3 is just kind of really large. At least in terms of traversal. I don't remember particularly disliking it though. The Unravelers are annoying though. I need a waypoint. Figured. Should give the mercenary a better chest plate. Oh. Oh. I just walked through that door. That was closed. So is there no point here? I almost called it a waystone. Path of Exile brain. Oh no, we have an Unraveler. No? Alright. I'm almost completely out of potions. I don't actually see a waypoint here, so I'm going to need to figure out what I've got to do. Search the maggot lair under the far oasis for the shaft. Claw viper for the headpiece. So, maggot lair. I think I need to go back there. So let's go back to the second floor for the waystone. Wait. Oh, the waystone is over here, so there wasn't one in there, I guess. It's pretty close. Should have teleported out. It would have been deeper in the long run to keep Hrothgar alive. But I wanted to pick up some free potions, but that's because I was just being stingy. But it would have been a hell of a lot more cost effective to save like the 18,000 cost to revive him. Red Moon, for your area before Blockbuster took over, you had Carmen Video and View to View for game rental stores. Carmen Video sounds familiar. Maybe I'm just like mind-holing, where in the world is Carmen San Diego onto it, though?
Greetings.
Good morning.
Running out of rings. Oops. You just start consolidating things as well. Just Say Joe, welcome on into the stream. I already screwed up. I should have just said Joe, huh? Wait, why am I going back? Because I couldn't go through the orifice, so I'm thinking that I might need to go get the shaft for the Heraldric staff. I've already got the cube, but I don't have the staff thing fixed. And I need to revive this guy. I mean, I don't need to, but it certainly makes things easier. Stella, you miss rental stores? I do really think that it was kind of nice having like a really large library that you could like look at in front of you and look at both the covers and backs of movies and stuff. Granted, it wasn't always that easy depending on the locale and whether or not they're using their own cases and how good the summaries or synopses were, but
Greetings.
it would certainly be nice to play games for like $6 and rent them for like a week again, though. Logos, you also grew up with Blockbuster and you much prefer torrenting the files, Keck. Yeah, there's certainly a lot to be said in terms of convenience factor. But do I need to go maggot layer? I think it was around here, right? It's ancient tunnels. Might need this. Layers in Far Oasis? Okay, thank you. I don't know if I actually have the telepoint. teleport point for it, actually. Okay, I do. Where was it? Definitely remember seeing it somewhere. Probably there. Okay. Thank you, sir. All right, this zone. The one where I might get ripped immediately for turning a corner. It was great rushing to the video store on a Friday to get the game you want before others got it. Right after school, straight to the video game store. Oh man, you were lucky. For me, it was kind of a, I don't want to say once in a blue moon event where we'd go rent things from the store. But it wasn't a very common occurrence, I don't think. It wasn't entirely infrequent either. But I don't know. It just kind of felt like a bigger deal that way, I guess. Like, honestly, one of my fondest childhood memories was it being a school day and my mom just kind of taking a day off of work because she didn't want to go to work. I didn't exactly want to go to school. It was an elementary school. And we just kind of stayed home, went to the video store at like 10:30 in the morning whenever it opened, which felt like forever waiting for it to open. And then renting games and movies. Not that it was a particularly good video game that time, but I think I got Batman. I don't remember if it was... I don't believe it was NES. It was later than that. But I don't remember Batman for the Super Nintendo, so maybe it was for Genesis. But yeah, just kind of going to a storefront made it feel a little bit more special, I guess. Stella said the average Blockbuster had way more movies in it than any streaming service does at any time. Is that true? That kind of sounds crazy to me, considering the volume that I've seen, but I don't know. It's largely because the streaming services are split up by companies. Oh, maybe that's more true now. I haven't really used the streaming service in a long time. Like, I cut off my Netflix when they kept increasing the price and they started wanting to put in ads and stuff. I'm like, well, no thank you, sirs. Warp Cloud? Fallon main bucket. Stella, the first time you played Kingdom Hearts 2, you rented it from Blockbuster and you beat it in 3 days because you couldn't afford to extend the rental. That's how it was sometimes. I think my mom, I don't remember which version of Breath of Fire it was, but she rented it like 5 or 6 times in a row. And the funny thing is, like, she and some other dude were renting it and they were kind of like leapfrogging in between them. And I think one of the funnier things about games back in the day was because they were so more esoteric. Sometimes you'd talk to the tellers at Blockbuster and whatnot and ask for advice. And then they'd tell you what like other people told them and stuff. It's kind of a trippy experience looking back at it all. And like one of the kind of sadder things about doing the rental stuff is sometimes there were like games that you found and you legitimately loved but you didn't buy, and then they just kind of fell off of you. So Earthbound is one of those games for us where my mom rented it and I know she really, really liked it. And then because we didn't actually own it, couldn't appreciate it when I got older. Because I was a little bit too young for Earthbound. Which might sound a little bit surprising, but like she was playing that right on the cusp of like when I was learning to read. So like I was mostly playing like action type games back at that point in my life. We did it. So we need a super potion. Don't have any. Okay. So the bad news is if I teleport out, I will overwrite my portal, which I don't actually want to do. Well, whatever.
Hello.
But conversely, because we were able to rent games, we probably ended up playing more than we would have otherwise. So there's a little bit of a pro and con to it. It is nice to me that it seems like we have more games coming out with demos again. Because there really was a long... Why is it only showing one of my rings? Seems like there was a long period where we weren't really getting that. This is just cold resist. Isn't my cold resist actual trash, though? Yeah. Normally, I'd keep the life. How much life is it? 9? That's great. So if you remember, a smaller Blockbuster would have 5,000 to 6,000 titles, and the big ones like 8,000 to 10,000. Hold on, do you mean like, I don't know, that the math doesn't seem to add up to me. I would imagine that they'd have 5,000 titles, but maybe like 100 different. So let me rephrase this. They'd have like 5,000 cassettes or products, but maybe like 1,000 or a couple hundred actual different titles. Because I know Blockbusters typically had a couple copies of things. Chaddock said you weren't getting cool anime VHS tapes and lesser known games in Blockbuster like you would at the weirdo Grand Video and Video Schmidios. Meow, you guys had a rental place called Insomniac Video. It's still open after all the other ones shut down. They specialized in all the hard-to-find stuff. They shut down a few years back now. I guess that's not as surprising either, because there's been a lot more of a push for archiving stuff over time. So, yeah. And also, I think like people just have less access of ways of playing physical media like that. Like I was saying the other night on stream when I was trying to... replay Guitar Hero 3 a bunch of years back, I had forgotten that I didn't even really have a disk drive in which I could insert my game disc to play the game which I'd purchased. So I had to pirate my own game in order to play it. Chadwick, you believe Stella's numbers? I mean, I said you didn't buy games back then because you had no money and parents didn't respect video games as entertainment. It varied. Like, my mom gamed, so we had a decent amount of games. Like, not a ton. So, like, the ones that I had, I was pretty damn familiar with because, you know, less of a library meant more time invested in the games that you did own. But, yeah. Still said people who worked in them said it seems right? Okay. Is really only the newer releases that have more than a couple copies? Chadwick said, the internet has given a lot of folks the idea that 90s kids had a ton of games. It wasn't true. We played a lot because of rentals, but you didn't know many kids who had more than like 4 or 5 games for a console at a time. I definitely had more than 4 or 5 games for each individual console. But renting definitely helped extend like the amount of games that I played as a kid. But also like having a network of friends kind of helped extend that a bit as well. Like if a friend had a game, you'd ask to borrow it. You'd play it that way. Like the way that I originally played Star Ocean 2 was through borrowing it from a friend. Or like Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles for the regular Nintendo. My neighbors had it. And I was very, very frustrated and almost tried to steal it because I wanted that game that badly. I was a really big Turtles fan as a kid. Logo said, by the PS2 you could burn games on common CDs. No, you could do that with the PS1 as well. But I think DVD burners were a lot more common by the time of the PS2. Like, I had a kid in my school who would bundle emulators and ROMs on USB drives and sell them to other kids. Which to me was kind of funny, because that was kind of stuff that I'd do on my own. But, I mean, he was kind of like that. A little bit nerdy, but, you know, looking to make a buck. Don't really blame him, being a high schooler. Oh, yeah. So, did I sell the staff? Please. Okay, thank goodness. I legitimately thought I sold the staff. Alright, now we can go back. Logos, you skipped that PS1, you were an N64 kid? I had the choice. It was either the PS1 or the N64 for my birthday present that year. And because of the trailers for Final Fantasy VII, I chose the PS1, which I definitely don't regret that decision in the long run. And then my neighbors ended up getting the N64, so I played a bit with them. So it kind of worked out. The Dreamcast made burning games hilariously easy? Oh, really? The Dreamcast had 0 copy protection, 0 read prevention? Oh, wow. I didn't have a Dreamcast. I kind of hated the controller and wasn't interested in it. I mean, I was interested in it because it did have, like, the marketing for having 128 bits. But then it, like... It was kind of a... The pooch already jumped the shark at that point. That's the expression, right? Thought it was down here on the right. That might be why you never played FF7 Logos. Yeah, it was on the PS1. There really weren't a lot of RPGs on the N64. And I liked a lot of RPGs, so I was really glad that I went with the PS1. A lot of really phenomenal classics back in the day. Like 97 through 99, just chef's kiss, really good titles. FF7, Final Fantasy Tactics, Saga Frontier, Suikoden 1 and 2. All right. Brother. What the hell are you doing?
Thanks. I need mana.
And Durio's still kind of putting in work. Uh-oh.
Greetings.
The difference is this time I didn't get it to 40% and I didn't have like 20 skeletons die super quickly. Stella, you remember your PS1, but you know your parents had something else first, and it was either Saturn or a 3DO. Your mom told you once, but you don't remember. Chadwick said 3DO seems impossibly expensive. Yes and no, because sometimes people would buy 3DOs and realize there's no titles for them that they wanted, and they would either sell them back or give them to friends and family. Like one of my other uncles had bought the 3DO first and then gave it to my other uncle. And that's how I ended up playing it as well. Chadwick, you said Quest 64 is offended by that? Is it really? Well, it can be. Like I said, there weren't many RPGs for the 64. And if Quest 64 is your silver bullet, then I'm not a werewolf. Poor Adrian Chronicles getting stubbed like this. Stelly tried to narrow it down to one of those games, but it was a game on all three of the systems. You just know it wasn't the PS1 release. It's probably a Saturn. Your parents had no money. What did you play Symphony of the Night on? Bad Moon, you had the Atari, NES, SNES, PS1, and then computer games here and there. We had the NES, SNES, Genesis, TurboGrafx 16, PS1, and 2. That was it. Oh, Loco, you're still around? You said, what's that if you can't sell a quest item? I thought I did because it wasn't in my immediate inventory. Didn't realize that I had put it in the cube. Loco, you wouldn't say it was hilariously easy because it used 1 gigabyte GDR, which you couldn't get. Fitting the games on 700-ish megabyte CDR was not always easy. It was hilarious that they went to pretty good lengths to copy protect the Dreamcast, but then left the door wide open because of allowing karaoke CD-ROMs. I need more potions. Stella, you played the iOS version of Symphony of the Night? Symphony of the Night? Oh, really? That's crazy. You didn't have it when you were a kid. I didn't realize you'd played it so late. You just seemed like you've been a fan of that series for so long that I imagined you'd played it a long, long time ago. Chaddock said, I'm the only human you've ever spoken to who'd had a TurboGrafx. I really enjoyed the TurboGrafx. Like, it didn't have a lot of good games, but the good games it did have, I enjoyed quite a bit. Like, Bonk's Revenge to me is one of the all-time great platformers. It's pretty simplistic, but nothing wrong with that.
Not enough mana.
Damn it. If I'd had enough mana, I probably would have been able to say Hrothgar.
I can't carry anymore.
We did it! Guys, ready for another cutscene? Oh, hell yeah. Ogre Battle March of the Black Queen was the best Ogre Battle game. To be fair, I guess there isn't a ton of competition for it. I know a lot of people like Ogre Battle 64. March of the Black Queen just had so much replayability and so many maybe not Easter eggs, like different routes you could do. It's kind of crazy. It's a little bit tiring how long the game was, though. Then Tactics Ogre is the next best Ogre Battle. Oh, wow. You're even comparing Tactics Ogre to March of the Black Queen? You crazy, bruv. It's very, very rare to meet other Ogre Battle enjoyers, though. Without horns, you've never seen an Ogre Battle? You've never seen your mother and father? Oh, whoops, whoops, whoops. I'm just trolling. Now, let's get the Tyrael with some aura in the game again. Loco said, some interesting potion recipes are that 3 regular rejuvenations equals 1 full rejuvenation, and there's ways to use chipped or normal gems with red and blue potions to make them better. I have heard about that, but I have not messed with it, obviously.
I thank you, mortal, for my freedom. But I did expect you earlier. I am the Archangel.
I came too late. Now, destruction is let loose upon the world once more.
Feels bad.
The Ark.
This is...
It's a lot of enhanced damage. Plus 100 poison damage over 6 seconds. This is a pretty badass thing. It is a little bit disappointing just how much more powerful the rune word recipes are than everything else. Either that or you just need the most ridiculous godly RNG to get something better. So functionally, I'll stand by my statement.
Good morning.
Rares are usually disappointing. Feels bad, man. Stella, the game you had was D, which has a fun story about the director skirting the censorship by swapping the clean and uncensored version on the way to the manufacturer. Wait, what? You had like a nudie game as one of your first games? That's funny.
You have done very well.
D, the crazy survival horror. I would agree with you that I enjoy Tactics Ogre more than Final Fantasy Tactics. I like the job system in that one a bit more, and the story a bit more. No, we talked to Mashif. Alright, to sail away. It was a horror game. Is that the one that had like live action people in it?
Good day.
Bunch of blood.
Greetings. I'm Miss Jaren tells me.
Cutscene.
My companion drew in the dank, cold air of the tomb. It seemed to strengthen him. I stood in the doorway between light and dark. What was left of my sanity implored me not to enter. But that voice was just a whisper now. As we worked our way down, deeper and deeper into the crypt, I began to see a change in my companion. He seemed to be gaining strength. I could hardly see in the gloom, but my companion seemed to know the way. We came at last to a great hall. It was then I realized my companion hadn't been gaining strength. He had been losing what was left of his humanity. He moved with demonic speed, and then you appeared.
Stop! The beast contained herein shall not be set free.
I like how demonic speed is just walking slightly faster.
Begin to imagine what you've set in motion this day. Go to the Temple of Light in the eastern city of Karas. There you will find the gate to hell opened before you. You must find the courage to step through that gate, Maras. Take the stone you hold to the Hellforge, where it will be destroyed. Now run. Take the stone and run!
Yeah, I do like the storytelling done in the cutscenes. And welcome back in, Moth Crab. How you doing? You swear the concept of lighting is presented as if it's utterly useless in video games. So I noticed you'd mentioned that when Marius had talked about the Diablo guy not needing to see in the dark, whereas he was struggling to see at all. Was that what set you off, or were you thinking of something else? Then Red Moon, you're the only other person in the history of the world who I've heard of play the game Theme Park as well. It's kind of a silly little game. For anybody who doesn't know what that is, just imagine a more tame, slightly cartoony version of Roller Coaster Tycoon that's more focused on building a theme park than roller coasters itself. Kind of like SimCity, but for theme parks. Stella, for the PS1, you guys had Tomb Raider 1 and 2, Twisted Metal 2, and that's all you remember? I really, really liked Twisted Metal 2 a lot. I played Twisted Metal 1, and that one was okay. It kind of set the ball rolling. Twisted Metal 2 was really good, but my favorite kind of car combat game was a game called Rogue Trip. It's kind of like a cartoonier version of Twisted Metal somehow. Moth said, the guy was holding a torch, but it was just utterly pitch pitch black within 6 feet of him. Well, I think that's kind of part of the point, that they're kind of going into this underground tomb sarcophagus type place where a demon is being held, and the darkness there is so oppressive that it's kind of suppressing its light of the torch. I don't mind it when there's kind of like that lore at play for light situations like that. But in other games, like when you brought up your comments, it made me think of like when X-Play was really complaining about how there's this one game where it's like a shooter, but it's super dark. And they were super frustrated that the character could pick up like a roll of duct tape, a flashlight, and a gun, but they couldn't take the damn duct tape to tape the flashlight to the gun. But I don't remember what game that was. Hey, Yumao, welcome back in. You just noticed that in a bunch of games where you light a torch or lantern or flashlight and it doesn't show you anything at all? Not in Diablo's case, of course. Right.
Welcome to Karas, Trap.
How many scrolls do I have? 12. I should probably stock up. I should probably never wonder how many I have and just always buy more.
Greetings.
Oh, the dude isn't here yet? Red Moon, you picked up Tomb Raider for its notoriety. Should probably buy.
Yes.
No, well, maybe. Let's check out the merchants here. Oh, I probably can't hire any right now, can I?
Hello there.
Oh, I can't. Static field reduces life of all nearby enemies. Oh, weakens. Okay, that looks like it's about it. The guys at IDOS thought they were being funny misogynists. Turns out they're giving a ton of 13-year-old girls their first badass girl protagonist. Hey! Samus takes offense to that. Stella, your favorite thing about Tomb Raider is how you get a few levels in and suddenly there's dinosaurs for some reason? Yeah, I heard about that. I never really played any of the Tomb Raiders. So let's just ignore everybody.
Yes?
Did I? Okay, I did. See these things, if they're any good. 2 to Necro skill levels, that's pretty badass. Samus wasn't visibly a girl. I know, I'm just kind of yanking your chain. Yeah, Lara was definitely presented as a girl. Do you have any idea of how to show that some NPCs are from a special lineage? There's a bunch of different ways you could do that, like heraldic banners, tattoos, jewelry, certain appearances, hair color, accents. Whether or not they have servants following them. All that manner of thing. Oh man, these dudes be shooting tons of projectiles. That's not good.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
A worthless statue. Perhaps I can trade this for something better.
Give that to King. I'll worry about that later. Forgot about the enemy density here, I guess.
I need mana.
Who's Wolf the Unholy? All right. Angelina Jolie's Tomb Raider movie wasn't that bad for a video game movie. That wasn't too bad, yeah. Without horns, if you remember correctly, the reason Tifa was so well endowed is that the overworld models were low poly enough that they basically only had 2 sizes to work with for the girls. I don't know. You might be right. But then, I don't know, because like the battle ones were more detailed, and I figured they could do whatever they wanted to make it work. Oh, it's an ethereal one. The remake of Tomb Raider was really bad to you, Red Moon? Any particular reason why? Because I didn't hear anything bad about it. I heard pretty good things. So I was like, oh, they did it justice, I guess. Apparently not. $870? No, $810. So the next level, it'll finally be better than the Bone Sphere, at least in terms of pure damage dealt. Cool. Now I just need more mana potions. Mal said those are good examples, but they wouldn't work in this case because it's to show that they descend from a player and their appearance can be however. Then you could do like auras or something like that if they come from a player. Mao, have you ever played Rogue Legacy? I guess they might not have like a ton of appearance options, but that comes to mind. So why would banners, symbols, or tattoos not work for that? You've heard of it but never looked at it? And then also I guess the larger question would be, why do you need to demarcate the appearance that way?
Back in.
What am I doing?
Hello.
Hello.
I can't do that here.
802.
I'll put that to good use. I'll put that to good use.
I guess I could just sell this now. Wait, what do I have on? Oh, yeah. I should figure out a good 3 rune word chest to put on, huh? Chadwick, every fighting game has a bunch of women, but one of the fighters really count like the main characters. You wouldn't say? Maybe you're splitting hairs, though? Hold on, what did you reply to? Female leads for video games? Oh, okay, just in general. For me, when I think of Soul Calibur, I guess Nightmare probably pops up in the minds for a lot of players. I think Ivy was shown off a lot for Soul Calibur 2, so she sticks out in my mind. I don't know if I'd call her the main character. And yeah, I wouldn't say like Chun-Li is the main of Street Fighter. To me, that's always been Ryu. King of Fighters is almost entirely female characters. Never played King of Fighters. King of Fighters has a ton of badass ladies. Why does Ivy stick out in my mind? Well, I mean, we could always go with, what was her name? Taki. But Ivy, I think she was on the cover of the game. And I'm trying to remember the X-Play segment of Soul Calibur 2. They might have talked about how ridiculous her outfit was and her weapon. But I mean, just like her actual overall design, like a lot of it is very striking. First of all, she's wearing a thong, so that's very attention-grabbing. Second of all, she has like a whip, bladed whip, which is also very unique for that time. So, yeah. Hey, Blue, how's it going? Do I have Shale, Io, and Soul? Yes, I do, actually. I should probably look up some rune words to put on. I've had those for a while. I think I only have the one Io rune. How do I say rule? So Io looks like that. I'm pretty sure I don't have any others. And then Soul we needed. Oh wait, no, maybe I used my only Soul. I think I did pick up one more though. That's Tao. Does Soul look like the devil? It does. Okay, I have another soul rune. Okay. 3 open socket helmet, maybe? I do have one. I was potentially hoping for something better, because what is my current helmet? Gave me 1 to all skills. I think I looked at helmets and it didn't look like there's one that I wanted for a decent amount of levels. Let's pull up the site. Yeah, I need to be a little bit higher level for that. Shale IO Soul gives us that. Yeah, I'm willing to wait to use Bulwark till I get something better. Check out the body armors, bone. Need to be level 47. I might be good for that now. Oh wait, I might be in business. Soul. Oh no, I need 2 runes. Or Morgan's the de facto main character of Darkstalkers. I would definitely agree with that. I could make a nice rune word for my mercenary to help a lot, probably. I'll need to look into that. Out of my element here. Yeah, I just need better runes for some things. It requires 4 sockets. Damn. Okay. I guess I could put smoke. Wait, do I have Neff? I don't think I have Neff or Loom. I was gonna say I could try to put smoke onto the mercenary. I have a Neff, so I need a Lum. Not going to do the best job at remembering what is what here. And that's that? Okay. I don't think I have any lums. I guess I could look up how to potentially craft it. Man, this just is annoying to me. I don't want to do it on stream. You guys are big fans of Samurai Showdown? That was pretty cool. I only played it a tiny bit, though. I like to use Ukyo when I played Samurai Showdown. You like the girl the best? Naka something? You can never get her name right. I don't remember the characters. I think Ukyo's the only one that I do remember. Without Horns asks, was she the one with the hawk and the wolf? Red Moon said, it's sad that fighting games have somehow died off. You never realized this and you can't understand it. Have they? I mean, we have Mortal Kombat, Street Fighter 6. Smash Bros. Is still as big as it ever was, if not bigger. Then we have some others, like that Nickelodeon arcade one. Or not arcade, but whatever. The two of them, actually. Then we had Tekken come out. I think a new King of Fighters is coming out, and the thumbnail for it looked god-awful. The girl in Samurai Showdown had the bird and falcon, the white robe kimono. Okay. She sounds familiar to me as well. Oh yeah, Mal brings up a good one, Guilty Gear. There's still a ton of fighters. I think it's just that we have a larger breadth of games, so fighters don't stand out as much comparatively. But that horn said BlazBlue is also one? Yes. I've heard of it, I've never played those. For me, I felt like I could only really justify getting kind of good at one fighting game, and for me that was just kind of Smash Brothers. So I'm competent at that one and incompetent at the rest. Where am I going? Show Mashif. There's so many fighting games now, or so many games now, the fighting genre has gotten forgotten. I definitely don't think it's been forgotten. But I would definitely agree that it's been outshined. Yeah, they're more of a niche thing now.
I've read.
And part of the reason for that could just be because of the loss of so many arcades. Because that's kind of where a lot of people would get their introduction to the fighting genre. Just getting the ass whooped by the local hustler and losing their quarters. The fighting game community keeps fighters alive? Yeah. But you think it has the effect of siloing itself from the gaming community at large? Oh yeah, there's also the Dragon Ball fighting games. I don't know if they're any good, like the newer ones, like... What is it actually called? Sparking Zero? I just always call it the Sparkler game. Because its title is dumb. And then they came out with the DBZ Kakarot game, I guess. I think that's still being updated. But I don't know if that's an actual fighter or not. Mouse says, hot take, fighting games are just too outdated as a format. Maybe, I don't know. They're probably not going to get a lot of broad appeal like other games can because they kind of are all the same. And if you mess with the formula too much, it just kind of becomes a bit unwieldy. So I guess if you want to like broaden the discussion of what a fighting game is, you could potentially go so far as to include a bunch of random games into the genre, like I don't know if Kingdom Come 2 Deliverance would count, but I think it might. Certainly For Honor is one that I would agree could be marketed as a type of fighting game. You either get into fighters or you don't really play them. Exactly. Stella said there's tournaments for most of those series. You think it's doing okay? The problem with fighters is that they're either too casual or fun with friends or pro. You love fighting games, but you suck at them, but it's fun to watch the pros at tournaments. That's kind of a problem for a lot of games in general, which is why I think so many team-focused games have grown the way that they have. I think League of Legends would have died if they did what I would have preferred and just had like a 1v1 or a 1v2 mode, because they would have had to actually balance the game. And the same thing with like Overwatch and Marvel Rivals, whatever. Where the more players they are, the more they obfuscate the local user stats, so they could justify their losses on their team rather than themselves. And that's kind of where you can have a better intermingling of casual players, hardcore players, and legitimately professional players. I know there was something in this cave, but I went back for it much later. It's a very specialized genre at this point. There's a lot of variation in fighters, but you really have to want to find them to play them, yeah. Sully, you think it's less that they're outdated and more that they're just not massively popular at the moment? Metroidvania's dipped in popularity for 15 years, and as the past few years, they're everywhere. Yeah, but to kind of put it in perspective, because I kind of had that reaction at first when I saw the discussion get brought up. Can you legitimately imagine a fighting game topping the charts of all video games? Could you imagine like the fighting game equivalent of Fortnite? Maybe that's a bit of an unfair comparison, but I personally can't. At least with the current format of fighting games. Like, there might be a way for them to revolutionize the genre. Tag team battles with friends against other folks, I guess. Like, maybe that new... is it a Marvel game or is it the DC fighter that they're working on? Maybe that one could be promising, but I don't know. And maybe comparing things to Fortnite is a bit too unfair, but I mean, back in the day, Mortal Kombat was just as, maybe not just as big, but it was a big household name in a way that Fortnite is now. Or Street Fighters. Bring back Bloody Roar.
I need mana.
That's a lot of dudes here. Holy crap. The end of the arcades is probably the biggest cause of the drop in fighting games. I would assume so, just because there's kind of less of that direct competition in general. You could probably lament a lot about the same things that have fallen off with fighters, with the same things. Oh, it's too slow. I pressed up instead of L2 and up. Anyway, you could probably complain about the same things with fighters as you could a lot of sports games. I should have picked this up. Sakura's consistently ranked the top favorite character across all Street Fighting games, popularity-wise. That's kind of surprising. I don't really keep up with Street Fighter super well, though. The more I think about it, the more surprising it is to me, because I don't think I've ever even really seen a Sakura cosplay. I've seen tons of Chun-Li's and Camis. And, like, that's it. Which it feels like Sakura would be a pretty easy cosplay, although maybe her character design has changed and I just don't know about it. She's just a schoolgirl, right? With, like, a headband.
I need mana.
Damn it. Pressed it twice. I wonder how far the range of this extends, because that other dude was a lot lower HP than I was expecting him to be, considering how far he was away. So I know I can definitely off-screen with it, but how many screens can I off with it?
I need mana.
Jury, the feet girl? I have no idea who she is. Chadwick, you and Mao were talking about Elena the other night, actually. No idea who Elena is. Maybe this is more of a me problem. I don't know. Oh, I no longer fear the poison despite being poisoned. Let's scroll back up.
Hello.
There's the Korean spider chick who's the new face of Street Fighter villains. Never remembered her name. Oh, okay, that's what you guys are saying, Jury. That's why I don't know her name.
Never for...
There's a Kami clone named Julie, who in Japan is clearly also called Judy. Mao, you like the character, but you're not into feet. Shame that her character is made for those specific fetishes. Oh, I thought this was a gray one for a second. I was excited.
Yes?
I know I've run out of slots. Alright, maybe I'll stop picking up rings like this. I think part of the reason why people like to cosplay as Cammy as much as they do, it's because her outfit is more revealing than Chun-Li's. And it's a little bit more familiar to people. without having the Princess Leia buns, I guess. And she's blonde, so a bit more accessible for some. Jury also does Taekwondo. That's why? Okay. Feels like I'm forgetting something. I need to revive our guy. Find Halim's relics. Search for his eye in the spider cavern. Man. I don't want to do that.
What can I do for you?
Oh. I know I would have had the poison resist the shrine if I came back, but I wanted to see if it removed the poison that I'd already had, which it did not, so I've learned. Kim isn't a male name in Korean, Chadwick. It's a surname. It's the second most common surname after Lee. I didn't realize it was the second most. Maybe because most of my sing names were Kim's, I kind of thought Kim was the most common. By which I mean 2 of my 4 were Kim's, so.
I need mana.
To this day, I'm still extremely terrible at being able to tell apart the sexes of Korean names. Like, it just does not make sense to me, the way that language sounds. By which I mean, like, if I know a name is feminine, I know it, but it doesn't sound feminine to me the same way that a Japanese name would. Oh, it is Kim then Lee? Okay. Kafwan, is that his given name? I would need to see the Korean for it to tell you how it's actually pronounced. So yes, the way that Korean names works is the same as Japanese, where it's surname, then given name. And Korean names are generally 3 syllables. So that's why you have like Kim Jong-un, Kim Jong-il. So his name is essentially Jong-un.
I need mana.
Mal, you think part of it is that Cammy's is simply an easier cosplay? It depends. Like, I think a lot of cosplayers don't put a lot of effort in their actual costumes, because some of them are just thirst traps. And in that case, I would definitely agree that Cammy kind of has like the lower lore, but I think her costumes can be kind of intricate with like the painting and stuff on them. Which isn't to say that Chun-Li's isn't complex as well. But yeah, it's generally easier to kind of repurpose a swimsuit than figure out what the hell kind of Chinese outfit Chun-Li rocks. Chadwick said the butt is the very hard part of the costume to get right, regardless of the clothes. There's a few Korean surnames that are longer than one syllable, but it's pretty rare. Yeah. So I said usually. It's also interesting when you encounter somebody that has the obviously North Korean counterpart of a surname. Like, for example, seeing Ryu instead of Yu. Shiva's the easiest cosplay? I don't even know who she is. She's a summon in Final Fantasy. I know it's spelled differently. Meow, you can cosplay as anyone as long as you put fat in front of their name. What is the dude who does like the... Is it called like low-tech cosplay? The fat guy that just kind of cosplays as everything with like everyday items you'd find around the house, essentially. His stuff is hilariously brilliant, the way that he executes them. No Ryu? No, it's Ryu. There's a character in Limbus Company called Dom Quixote that bugs you because it's an obviously male name and they gave it to a female. If only they changed, but they only changed the name to Dom. Mao, do you know what a Dom is? It isn't necessarily gendered, but people have made it gendered. Dominique? That's right, Chadwick. Dominique Quixote. Red Moon said, Wednesday is the easiest cosplay? What are you dressed up as? A serial killer? They look like an ordinary person? Oh, you mean like her actual quote. I thought you were saying the literal Adam family's girl was an easy cosplay. Which, to be fair, kind of is. You just kind of pick a random sad girl outfit, make sure it's all black. Put your hair in pigtails. Make sure it's black. Which you could do with a wig or like the temporary dye. Alright, but enough about girl cosplay. What is some of the low, easy hanging fruit male cosplays other than like the stupid inflatable dinosaur outfits? I guess the Joker isn't necessarily easy, but so many dudes do such a poor version of it that it can pass as being an easy thing.
I am overburdened.
I'm over being burdened. Plankton from SpongeBob? Just because you can't see it? Chadwick, you're a fan of gender swapping names? Can you give us some examples, Chadwick? So, for your name, would it be like Chadwicka? And for global, it'd be like Globella. The most common last name more than one syllable is 20,000 people. With more than one syllable. So it's probably what? Something like Taylor? Stella to Steve? I don't think that works. Like, etymologically, they're very different. Chadwick said Terry Bogard, white tee, straight leg, blue jeans, pair of chucks. Oh, as far as cosplay? You were in love with a girl named Corey for a long time, and another girl before her was Rocky? Oh, that's interesting. I feel like I've seen characters named Rocky that were girls, but I'm trying to remember what I would have seen them in. Corey doesn't surprise me that much. And, like, depending on their ethnicity, it could be short for, like, Corinna and stuff. I was wondering if you're going to say something like Taylor or
I need mana.
a non-gendered name, like Sam instead of Samantha. Because I've known a few Sams. Both male and female. Namgung? Oh, for Korean. That's interesting. I wonder what the Hanja break down to. Mao, the most common surname in Brazil is Silva. Yes, there's a ton of Silvas in Brazil. You almost had it yourself, but your mom has it, but you didn't inherit it. Do Brazilians inherit their mother's names? I know there's like some South American culture that seems to take the wife's name or something like that. Like, they get it from the mother's side. Trying to think of a good example without revealing a little bit too much information. I'm kind of drawing a blank.
Not enough mana.
Maybe because I'm ever so slightly distracted here, but anyway. Oh, Roxanne went by Rocky. Okay, that makes sense. You don't get a lot of Roxannes. Not ever since the name got associated with the red light there, Chadwick. No. I went to kindergarten with Roxanne, and that was like the youngest Roxanne that I've seen, by which I mean, like, I haven't encountered another Roxanne who is younger than her. Which isn't to say that they don't exist, but it's certainly not a very common name anymore. You kids in your Hangul. Oh, okay. I see. So the first one is south, and then like the second one is kind of like minister, I guess you could call it. Or like an official place. Mao said middle name for the mother and last name from the father, but it's a majority think it can be the other way around. It's actually quite opposite in Spanish-speaking countries. Okay. So it's more of a Spanish thing. I was wondering if that'd be the case. Stella said, if you can read Hangul, it's easier to know how the hell to pronounce it, because sometimes people romanized it weird. Yeah. Like, Prime Minister, no. I think they call him Ro as far as the, romanization went, and it just doesn't make a damn lick of sense. Yeah, I need to press L2 first. Okay. Oh, I leveled up. Didn't realize. Alright, so 870, but this one should have gotten buffed because we leveled the other one. L2 and R1, just to see. Weird name gang rise up. Mao, your name's weird, it's 10 characters long? Bro, that sucks. How does that work for you with official documents? Hopefully they provide enough space. You know, the funny thing is some people's entire names are shorter than apparently Mao's name. Oh wait, do you mean the entirety of your name? I thought you were talking about like your given name being 10 letters long. What would be a good example of that? I think Bartholomew is longer. I guess Remington would be 9.
Thanks.
Not enough mana.
Clown costumes are the easiest cosplay. I mean, you could also cosplay a hobo. That'd probably be easier than a clown. Chadwick, everywhere you go, people always think your first name is Dylan. That's kind of understandable, really. It doesn't help that for sometimes on official documents we reverse the order of our names. It's kind of always funny in the military to have somebody who had a first name, last name. So a name like Henry or a David or Davis. Stuff like that. Do I even need to go into the Flare dungeon? We needed the gid bin. I think somebody dropped it. No, I lit this, and then the actual gid bin knife is in the thing in it. Ooh, grim wand. Fire golem and bone spear. Twain, welcome on into the stream. How you doing tonight? I don't know. I think the Mortal Kombat ninjas are a little bit difficult to cosplay if you want to get it looking proper. Chadwick, you think they're the best low-effort ninjas in all of media? I don't know. I think the like kabuki ninjas, like the stereotypical ninja, are pretty easy to cosplay. You just got to get black. Wow, and bone wand. These are some crazy drops right back to back. Decrepify and attract, but it's ethereal. Gotcha baited. A lot of Braylons and Paxtons and triggers and stuff now. I've seen Paxtons, but not Braylons. If you guys want to hate on a bunch of names, there's an entire subreddit devoted to what are called tragedies, which are just like very common names spelled in ridiculous ways so that way their parents can get attention for their children and whatnot. Kind of feel bad for some of the kids who have to deal with names like that. Because when you're working in a place like a pharmacy and then a Jane walks up trying to get her order and you call out Jane and she goes, "It's Janae." No, dear. Your mother named you Jane, but you don't pronounce it that way. Brazilian names are on another level. You guys aren't prepared? I don't know, bro. Jacqueline? Jacqueline. With the apostrophe, it'd probably be closer to Jacqueline. In Brazil, parents are actually inventing and mixing up names and changing letters. I mean, that's kind of the same everywhere, but maybe it's more of a commonality in Brazil. But people complaining about names, it's just kind of been a thing for as long as humans have been around. What the hell is this? Okay, well, maybe we'll ID that. Chadwick, you're all for naming your kid whatever you like, but just be careful with it. Yeah. The funny thing to me is how certain people look like their names. Like, I could look at somebody and be like, oh yeah, that's a Jeff, not a Steve, or like a Kyle, I guess. Or, oh, wait, Tom Hanks' kids, one of them is like that. Yeah, his one kid that's like kind of a screw-up, I think his name is Chet. And I don't remember his other kid's name, but he's not a Chet, we can say that. That dude just walked up and poisoned me while I was... Oh no, maybe the traps got me. I was looking in my inventory. That wasn't very nice.
Not enough mana.
Thanks.
Doing pretty well. Mao, you and your sister's names are both invented. You never saw somebody else with your name until you're in high school, and that was a toddler. You're the first with that name. The graffiti in this crappy movie says homeboys rule. Oh, Dick Bugkiss. Oh, you had to censor that for YouTube, didn't you? I'm like, why is this dude typing this into the chat? I'm like, that's not a real name. And then I remembered the guy. Not gonna lie, when I first came to the Flare dungeon, whatever it was, I was like, oh, we're gonna get Mind Flayers? I was really excited to see the D2 take on them, and then we didn't have any, and I was kind of disappointed. I think I mentioned that when I did come here the first time, because the little dude with knives kind of makes sense, you know, they're flaying skin, I guess, because they're Godskin apostles. Whoops, what did I say? And still disappointed we don't have any illithid folk within the D2 universe. 미국 형님. 야, 기분 좋다. I'm sorry, I don't remember a ton of Korean off the top of my head because I haven't had to use it in so long. 미안합니다. 오랫동안 한국말 하는 것은 않아서 제 한국어 나쁘게 됐다. And also that accent that I have is not great. I don't like to really affect a truly strong Korean accent because, I don't know, it just kind of, it almost sounds like you're being sarcastic about it. Watching the water. Mao, you want to pull up the list of rejected names because they're hilarious. Someone tried to name a kid Accidente as an accident. Well, was the child an accident? Maybe it was more of a description than a name. Someone's totally tried that in the US too. Yeah. We were talking about this maybe this week or the week before that last one, where somebody had tried to like name their kid Placenta. Whoops. I'm sorry, Loco. I accidentally had the Twitch chat closed on me, so I didn't see that part of the screen moving. I am currently level 51. I kind of make you want to start a summon necro and see if you can beat normal. You probably could. Remember, I just didn't have any points invested into summon resist because I didn't know any better. And I got all the way up to Diablo before my minions pretty much died at all. Oh yeah, then of course Dick Van Dyke. At the time, I mean, it wasn't as bad, but certain terms evolved. I could shop for a magic wand with +2 poison and bone and +2 bone spear. Red Moon, what you dislike the most is the use of son in names, first and last. Gets annoying. Harrison. Oh, as in like part of the first name. Harrison, Williamson, Jefferson, Jackson. I see what you mean. I'm like, well, son is just kind of a Nordic relic, I think. Which to show lineage. But yeah, having it in the first name is kind of funny. Just kind of goes to show how distant we are from like the actual origins of the names. Don't forget Madison. When it's used for a girl. I'm getting trapped. A lot of people definitely fit their name. Philip said an Australian comedy podcast he likes has a segment called The Great American Hall of Names where they go through a list of outrageous names. Oh no. Imagine being made fun of by Australians for names. It's gotta be pretty bad. Kind of want to keep this, but I feel like I just need more sockets. Well, I could make another stealth Tal-Eth. Yeah, I should do that. Okay, I haven't put anything in there. Why is it so awkward to put it in there? Oh. What do we even have on him anymore?
I'll put that to good use.
Whatever, I'll just sell it. Oh yeah, there's an urban legend about someone who named their kids Orangelo and Lamangelo. like orange jello and lemon jello. Your sister told you someone through her work was actually named those, and you're like, you think you're pranked by the urban legend? Yo, Loco, where are you from? Like, this seems like two potential local references.
Greetings.
So it could just be urban legend, but now I'm legitimately curious.
Good day.
Northeast US? No, that's perfectly fine. Because I like to be a little bit vague as well. So yeah, no, I'm from like Chicago, so completely different area. So it sounds like the Lamangelo, Orangelo thing is a bit more widespread. Maybe, I don't remember if Freakonomics brought that name up specifically, but that could potentially be the origin of why it might be so widespread. Plus barb skill levels, that's kind of cool. Too bad I don't really use those. You researched it later and found out it's an urban legend. Okay, so you don't know what to think? Well, there is another one where the former police commissioner of New York City was named Loser, but he's just called Lou by everybody. And his brother was named Winner and grew to be a criminal, I think. I don't remember that full story. 30,000. It's hard to believe. Well, it apparently happened. You could look it up. Madison being used as a girl's name started with Splash. If you look at a chart, no one was named that until the movie came out. Oh, really? Was that a character's name in the movie? Because I think I was in 2nd grade when I first encountered a girl named Madison and she was in 1st grade. But I don't remember when I first encountered it. I just remember being in elementary school. I might have been in 3rd grade. Loco, you think Madison's a nice girl's name regardless of the technical meaning? And now, like, Madison has a bunch of derivatives like Addison, I guess. Chadwick, as an exceedingly white boy, you appreciate black names? The black community's naming conventions. It's either incredible names you could never imagine or the oldest biblical name possible, like Ezekiel. Chadwick, there's a Madison in your family. She goes by Maddie. Yep, that's pretty common. Chad became a big name in the 80s because of a soap opera star. It was practically unheard of until then. Global, you know a hippie family that has a couple of names we probably wouldn't believe if you told them here. But you don't want to tell them because you don't want to dox them. That's fine. As a hint, one of their names is an alliterative equivalent of large testicles. Red Moon said, the best name of all is Avienta. That's your most favorite female name? Nah, you just sound like a nerd. Look at this guy, he's a nerd. He likes wheels and stuff. Stella said the mermaid lady picks her name after looking for a sign for Madison Avenue. Okay, yeah, I don't remember enough about Splash. And that was the movie that I couldn't think of like last week with Daryl Hannah and Tom Hanks. Chi-Chi? Chi-Chi just means boobs. Huge balls. Don't forget Hugh Yanis. Oh yeah, I just need to keep going through there. Actually, wasn't Jesse Ventura's last name Janus? I've got a tolerant. Oh, that's what I meant to do. It's even in my cube. I always forget to empty the cube. Truly the fridge we have at home in this game. Halim's brain.
This is... Yes?
So I need an ethanol. I think I have an F immediately available. Talent. Cool scythe expanded. Why is this called a scythe? This is a sword. I guess that's the modifier name, but it's just kind of ironic. Like, sir, that is not a sword. You need to get your eyes checked. So I'll keep the Gothic plate for now, because it could be better. So I could sell this. Just drop it. So I need an S. I think I have some, like, right here. Oh, that's an L. There we go. So we have 127. Alright, so that stays the same. So that's going to be a huge defensive boost, considering my current one is only 10. So I really just need like a better helmet and better gloves. Yes, Janus the Roman god, Janus. As we're talking about naming mistakes, we find a sword called Scythe. It's not a mistake if you do that intentionally. Naming purposes. Wait, how much was that? Defense? 34. Okay, I was like, I could potentially beef up my Merc's armor. I don't remember what he has on. Feels bad to sell this. Chadwick, you had a dog named Jesse when you were a little kid, a big black chow. He was a total bastard. My grandmother had a chow. He was brown. He was named Coco. I miss Coco. He was a nice dog. Purple tongue. Stella, you like giving animals names? You had a mouse named Bob. Your dragon's named Georgie. Bob is a good name for a mouse. I remember John Oliver had a segment where he was like going on and on about the name of Mike Pence's pet or family pet rabbit being Marlon Bundo, and just being so comically upset that how good the Pence rabbit family name was. I kind of enjoy those silly, punny animal names. Although I haven't really had one myself. Your Red Moon, you had bunnies named Snoopy, Coconut, and what was the female one? Brownie? Snoopy looked exactly like Snoopy. Coconut was a pure white bunny, but with red eyes. Look at the teeth! Loco, your sister and you could never agree on names, so when you got a dog, it had to keep its given name. You spent a few weeks trying to convince each other of names, and neither of us ever agreed. Bro, I feel like pet store / pet shelter names just always feel so off. I feel like they must do that on purpose to encourage families to give their pets new names or something like that. So to hear that you guys couldn't agree on a name and then had to change it, it's just kind of, or because you couldn't agree on a name and you kind of stuck with it, is kind of wild to me. I did have a dog as a kid that we tried to call Wolf, but then we kind of realized that if we were trying to call Wolf Wolf, it sounded like we were just barking at the dog, so we changed his name, which was a bit awkward. Like, he'd kind of grown accustomed to Wolf. When my uncle would come over, he'd call him Wolfie, and then he would like lose his mind. So Stella said of all the actors for Pence to choose to make a pun name for his rabbit, I mean, Marlon Brando kind of makes a lot of sense. The dude was larger than life for a very long time. But just for being able to come up with Marlon Bundo for a rabbit name, I could definitely understand how a comedian is frustrated at how damn good it is. Chadwick had a fat brown dog named Brownie in high school. Her sister's dog was a blue dog. I think Brownie is a pretty common name for some dogs, I guess. Hold on, I need to do some research. I'm trying to remember the type of dog my aunt had. My aunt, I think, had a Lhasa Apso that was like brown and gray and black. She called it Stormy. That's a pretty interesting name for a dog. Fajar, you have a cat named Tuying. It's the Javanese word meaning pygmy. Interesting. Pygmy is a good name in and of itself. I mean, it has a little bit of a, you know, a history to that word, Chadwick, but I at least for a pet name, it's kind of funny. Maybe a bit endearing. I would share some of the names of my animal pets, but I don't want to, like, dox myself. Not that I have any passwords relating to them, but you never know. Anyway, folks. Oh, damn, I didn't realize it was already this late. Okay. So that makes me feel a lot less guilty for not continuing now, because I wanted to potentially clear out the Spider Forest Cave, but yeah. This is, you know, tending to be the latest that I like to stream, at least especially on a weekday, so I'm going to go ahead and cut things here. So we'll be going live at the standard time of 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, so hopefully I'll catch you all in the next one. Until then, take care, stay safe. Last Protagonist out.